Let me pop out my chat. And hold on. One of your friends made like a reasonable chunk of change for meme coins, but you just don't want to touch any of it. Yeah. I do a little bit of like crypto stuff, but I do like the utility coins, the ones that I think actually have value. But also, it's still just speculation, and I buy when I think it's a good time to buy. Right? Not actually for any of the utility. All right, hold on. Random, but was completely. This was yeah, for sure. No, I bought this like hoodie as a Halloween like costume, and then if I'm gonna put on the hoodie, I might as well get the green beanie on too. Yeah, so this was intentional. All right, so the part we left off yesterday. Oh, and I can stop my recording. And real quick, I missed some follows. So our goose, Rodrigo World. I don't know. I see just the RDRG, and then Kabita Bean. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. All right, so the error that I'm getting. All right, we got a 500 sad panda. I actually got it. Oh, I'm good. Yes. I'm good. So yeah, how you doing, Rodrigo? All right, so this is the provided key element does not match the schema. Do we see the endpoint that this is failing on? It's in our fixtures. That's right. All right, so I'm going to go do just a little bit of a hack inside the node module. So no, we got to go up to the top level node modules within the API here. And we can go to Calatrava, data wrapper, dist, and here in data wrapper JS, let's actually look at what key we're actually sending. About to go to sleep. It's almost midnight in Portugal, and you got university tomorrow. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the follow. We'll see you again soon. Oop, that's not what I wanted. All right, so let me try and spin up the API again. And thank you for the follow, Neela. All right, so we get that failure again. We should see the request getting logged. Partition key should not be an object there. Yeah, midnight is a great time to code. Exactly. And oh boy, I've got way too many of these open. We'll close them all. We'll just add it to there. All right, so that's gonna run and fail again. We just give it enough time. So we see that the key is actually created fine. It's when it's being passed into the update request. Okay, let me go look at that source code real quick. Let me go look at the node module. So ID value here is not what we expected it to be. Let me clear the buffer. Oh, okay. So it's in creating that request. So table query creator is the thing messing that up. Escape query keys. Yeah, okay, so the way we're doing that escaping is just wrong. Okay. So it's the way we're doing the casting. All right, let me go pour some more water because I'm about to run out. I'm also going to go thaw some pork. It's actually only 3:30. I don't want to thaw it too early. Yeah, so I'm not going to thaw the pork yet. We'll do that in a bit. But I do have to use the restroom and pour some more water. So give me just a second. So yeah, if we were to actually log that object, we would see that it's actually just all of the characters inside of our string that we're passing to it because of how we're doing this part. So what I'm thinking is the place that we're doing the place that we're escaping query keys, we probably don't need to do that. And instead, right, hold on. Where is this? Create key string here. We're already doing the escaping. So we just don't need to do the escape query keys thing. So let me just test it real quick here. My hunch is that the updates now work, and maybe this entire thing even just completes. Yep. So now we get past those. And yeah, it completes just fine. So, yep, that is our issue. And really, escape query keys is going to go away. We definitely need to keep create keystring. But then, yeah, here, every place we're doing that, we get rid of. And we're no longer using that, which means we should be. All right, so that was actually a bit simpler to investigate and fix than I was expecting. I am really happy about that. But we do need to commit it. Let me double check this real quick. Yeah, escaped key method. Yeah, we don't have that anywhere. Perfect. All right, just want to double check that. What's up, Candace? Ah. I pushed that up already, didn't I? Oops. Okay, so query keys inside of data wrapper. Oh, it's in utils. Thanks. Yeah, I like this one. I just wanted a warm hoodie for the day. And then if I'm going to wear this hoodie, I might as well wear the beanie too. Right? Like, come on. Let's do a build real quick, just to be sure. Yeah. Okay, so now cover this because I don't want to leak my IP address. All right, so then for the API over here, We update our package JSON. Data wrapper goes to 24. Mr. Sriracha. There you go. I like that. A million channel points achieved. Nice. That's huge. All right, so this should complete, right? Those log statements should disappear, and we just see those, and then it gets to there, and we're good. Yeah. So now our front end should be able to do a bunch of this stuff for us and not totally break on everything. Right, so we get logged out. This looks frozen now. Okay, never mind. We're good there. Weird, it wasn't activating. That was strange. Here's the thing, Krasner. They're not even the first one. We haven't seen them for a while because, you know, they're busy during, like, our times and they go into work nowadays. But Lycan hit 1 million, God, I want to say maybe 2 years ago. I mean, guys, I stream a lot. Hey, there you are. Yeah, you. Haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing, man? Yeah, I thought you go into work now. I could be wrong. And I forgot that you changed from Lycan. My bad. You lurk a lot. Yeah, no worries. How many points are you sitting at now, Jason? I'm curious about that one. Okay, you go into the office daily. That's what I thought. Okay. But you're still able to lurk while you're at the office. Nice. But yeah, seriously, Jason, how many channel points do you have now? Oh, mobile app doesn't show you. Gotcha. Ah, got it, got it. So yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, no worries. It's over 9,000. I mean, you got the channel points, don't you? Just realized I didn't take my vitamin D today. And then, yeah, let's do the MFA. Wrong app. Oh, that makes sense, Space Case. Ah, so we get an immediate failure. But why? We'll go look at it over here. JWT must be provided. What? Always busy, but really enjoying it? Yeah, hell yeah, man. No, I'm glad. Um, I'm not sure what area you're by. I don't think it's Henderson, right? But I will point out, Algo Bro is down in that area. I don't know. Might be worth, I don't know if you catch his streams at all or anything, but, you know, he's down near there. You catch his streams often too? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Might be worth letting him know that you're in the area. You guys ever want to like hang out, or I don't know if there's any fun events or something. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. There's a couple other people that we haven't seen for a bit that are from the Vegas area as well. I'm trying to remember their names now. But okay, so we have an error fetching the user. So JWT not provided. And what we actually see is that we were able to get the user. So user is making it onto the request. But we weren't able to fetch the user or the business for the user. Okay. So that looks like a middleware issue. And here's the thing. Yeah. Has permission is part of it, but really it's the get business endpoints, right? So get business by user here. We do have an error up here. So yeah, let me pull this out so y'all can see it, and that way I can get a little bit more going here. Uh, so I messed something up in how we're doing that. Calatrava data wrapper doesn't seem to be exporting DB keys anymore. Okay, yep, nope, I see what the issue was. It was just the VS Code language server for TypeScript. Just had to reboot that, and that was good. Okay, so then so I guess oh no, this is it right here. This should be business's key map, which means that's going to be broken because tertiary key is not how we get it. And yeah, we just do that by partition key. Yeah. Okay. That makes way more sense. Now here's the thing though. We did a log in which both of these came back undefined as well though. So why would that have been undefined? So business by user error is the 401. Sure. Right, we are getting a token. But yeah, right here. So that's in API source shared middleware. The JS file says 149. Oh, I see. Yeah. So we do by user or API key, and then this one is the one that does that. Could not fetch. And then if we go look at this, right, we never get to this point, so that's always going to be undefined. Yeah. Hold on. Wait, so that was by API key. I'm really curious why business user here is undefined in this case. Let me clear the buffer. And Butter Popcorn, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, it's the initial request for quotas and balances, and those should be scaffolded out. But if we look at it, yep, could not fetch by user or API key. And here we still get undefined and undefined. Let's go back up to the top. Yes, we're getting a 401 for both of those because we get into our middleware. Oh, and hold on. Nope, that part's fine. So here in middleware, getting by ID, we shouldn't have to pass a secondary ID at all. So we got a little more debugging to do. So the endpoint that we care about, business ID quotas. Arguments do I gotta pass to it? Table name. Oh, okay. That's actually fine. Maybe we had some stale data? Because now that's totally fine. But it isn't. Businesses is coming back empty now for this user. Okay, so yeah, business users is empty, which is a big part of the problem now too. All right, so hold on. Let's just stop and restart. Clear the buffer. Okay, so we log everything in the database now. But it's too much data. Shit. All right, so yeah, we'll go to our dev endpoint and you can do this. Hold on, let me do this. All right, so that scaffolds out way quicker. Okay, so now we log out the whole database and it should be, yeah, much more crawlable. So here we go. This is everything in the database right now. We see business users, we see businesses, and the business ID is that. We see our user ID is that. Right? We only create those 3 records. So this is actually really easy to crawl. Hmm. Yeah, 1 second. So basically, we're not able to fetch this business user the way that I'm expecting. So what that hints is that the key that we're trying to fetch just isn't being fetched right. Okay, so we should get to see those logs, and this will reset things, and then, yeah, we just got to go log in again. So, yeah, sorry, that wasn't a very good explanation. But I just don't want to interrupt my current, thought. If this hunch of, logging this out doesn't prove it, then I can explain the problem, and that rubber ducking might help. But let me just throw this dart at the wall real quick. Yeah. All right. So we're not getting any businesses back when we query for this user and their businesses. Ah, but it wasn't the middleware that we want to do that. Shit. Okay, that was the wrong place. Businesses here in the get all. That's where I wanted to log this. Oh. So business users here. Right? So now we look at the business users table, which is this. And we see a quaternary key of business users, user ID, that MBB2. And we do see that that is the user ID. Oh. That would be it. So we were querying by the wrong key. And that's not something that we would actually get any type safety from. So get all by many IDs. I think this query is going to end up being weird, but we can at least test it. So yeah, this whole thing stops and restarts. Oh, hold on, no, I gotta do this part. So yeah, we were querying the partition key by what should have been our quaternary key. And I know quaternary is a goofy term, but it works. It just means fourth key. Okay, so now we fail out in a totally different way. And that was it. So yeah, we're able to get business users, but then doing our get all by many IDs is failing out on us. So let me go look at my get all by many IDs. And this is it. Okay, so we're calling get all by ID with an object. So realistically, we just need to make sure that those like ID values are mapped before we even pass it in, which means that this ID key value is going to go away. But before we go through the rigmarole of publishing that, let's go through and just fiddle with what we got in here. So that just becomes ID value there. We can ignore it. And then in the place that we're doing that query, get all by many IDs. This map is going to simply be, and we'll leave that second argument. Business key map dot get partition key business ID. All right, so then that goes and rebuilds, and we should be able to fetch we should be able to fetch our businesses now. If so, then we push up another change to the data wrapper. Boom. Okay. So yeah, that actually simplifies our data wrapper stuff, which means over here, this just becomes ID value. And ID key goes away. So now we want to increment our version of the data wrapper. Lucky number 25, right? Let me just do this. Oh, hold on. Gotta commit it. We publish. Make sure I'm not leaking my IP address. Wait for this code to expire real quick. There we go. And we can switch back. All right, version 25 published. And while that's going, we can just let it. What we want to do is search for get all by many IDs, which we only call, it looks like in one place. Oh, yeah, that's good, because it is not performant. And that is just incorrect. Restart the extension host, and maybe that fixes that type error, which it does. Okay, so now I've got a little bit of faith that this is going to work out just fine. So I want to go back to my fixtures. Let all that go. Yep, those are now created. I don't know why, but it makes me laugh that this URL has the word dork in it. I mean, I know why. It's a funny word. And hey, there we go. All right. All right. So all of that fetching works. We're not whack-a-moling every endpoint now. That feels nice. That feels real nice. Sure, we got this key thing we could fix. Meh. But businesses, we got one business. The selected business is that. And then if we look at our network, we can see that balances comes back with two balances we care about. Quotas comes back with a quota we care about. Sweet. I really like not having to whack-a-mole those endpoints. The type safety we got from that refactor is 1000% worth it. Right? It's not going to eliminate all bugs because we can still send the wrong key to the wrong key type when we're querying, as you saw me doing, right? We were creating a quaternary key, but we weren't actually querying the quaternary row or column, right? Because I forgot to pass that second argument. So yeah, it won't prevent that for us. To make it do that is a level of type shenanigans that I don't even know I'm capable of. So now we can actually get started more on UI stuff, right? Like this page being empty. Yep, that's just how that was going to be until we start fiddling with this some more. I will say that our stats endpoints are probably going to have some flaws. And that's what's actually going to populate stuff on this page. So that's a little annoying. But yeah, we need to just start building this stuff out. But we are at 4:30. I should get my pork thawing. I'm going to do some chow mein tonight. It sounds delicious to me. And I will be right back. Give me just a second. Okay. And yeah, now that we're moving on to some purely UI focused stuff, think I can have a beverage. And yeah. Yeah, how's everyone's Monday going? Anyone got any fun holiday plans or anything? Before we get too deep, hold on. Less than 1 inch of snow tonight, 3 to 7 on Tuesday. High of 32, though. That's not ideal. High of 35, high of 34, high of 33. Oh. Yeah, it's too warm right now. That sucks. But it's not terrible, right? Because it does kind of need to establish a bit of a base. So, right, we can get snowed on as long as it doesn't piss rain on us. Then a little bit of like warmth and moisture will actually solidify the base and fill things in a bit more. If we keep getting snow without the base solidifying like that, it doesn't cover up enough of the creek holes and like tree stumps and stuff. Right? Tree wells get extra gnarly. So, all right. Won't be going snowboarding this week. Unless I want to go shred some like rainy park. Yeah, I don't know how much a lift ticket is to Snoqualmie. I may consider getting a Snoqualmie pass too. Just because, man, Rainy Terrain Park is really good at Snoqualmie. Just because they're like 1,000 feet lower elevation. This is using Mantine. Yeah, good catch there, Zerk. Great eye there, Mantine. So, yeah, let's think about what we want to do first. I'm not certain I want to deal with the stats endpoints right now. We've done enough back-end stuff for today. That we should at least just set up the balances and the quotas pages. Yeah, that was Woodford for sure. It turns out I've got the option, because I didn't crunch the numbers till I was like walking out. I could get some Angel's Envy as the commodity whiskey as well. Right? So basically, I've got some nice stuff that I do for occasions. Right? Like this guy right here. That'll be our like Christmas whiskey. Yeah, that Four Roses single barrel is quite nice. I've also got some Henry McKenna And I've got this that was gifted from one of my IRL friends here in Seattle. And this one's good too. But yeah, just as far as like, the everyday kind of stuff, it's typically Woodford. I wouldn't mind giving the Angel's Envy a try as well. One thing I really like about watering it down with water, like heavily watered down, not just a little bit, is that you really, really get into the subtle flavors instead of just like the fire water, right? Fire water. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a reference to uh Easy Rider. A movie I've never actually watched myself, but my dad really likes it. You know the funniest thing? Jack Nicholson is the actor that plays the character that says that. That role almost went to Rip Torn. But Rip Torn and Dennis Hopper, right? Dennis Hopper wrote Easy Rider. Rip Torn and Dennis Hopper got in a fight, and Dennis Hopper pulled a knife on him. When Dennis Hopper sued Rip Torn for libel, saying that he never did such a thing, it was proven in court that Dennis Hopper definitely pulled a knife on him. Like, did. He lost that case. So, yeah. He may not have remembered it, but Dennis Hopper definitely pulled a knife on Rip Torn. Didn't stab him, because it didn't quite get that far. But I think we all know Dennis Hopper would have done it. If he's willing to take the role of King Koopa in the Super Mario Brothers movie, he's willing to do anything. I'm kidding. I just felt like throwing fire on the, or throwing salt on the wound with that one. One of my favorite bits about the Super Mario Brothers movie is that the entire production was such a shit show that Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo were drinking whiskey in between shots. They were basically taking shots in between shots. Which is why it seems like they're still having fun. Like, it seems like they had a good rapport and everything. I bet half of that is Bob Hoskins was the one drinking, and he wasn't going to let John Leguizamo make him drink alone. I bet that was a big part of it, too. All right, so see, I don't know that one, but I can guess, right? Like, the main lyric is shots. They're not necessarily the most poetic individuals. The song is just shots, 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 shots. Yeah, sounds about right. That's the chorus. There's actually other words. All right, so we've got that created. Let's actually create these sections on the side. So that transactions tab goes away. We're going to end up creating a tab for quotas and a tab for balances. And we'll have to find some icons for those. So let's get that part going first. So that's over in our sidebar. But where in our sidebar? Is that part of the wrapper? No. Oh, I don't know, Space Case. I'm just having fun. Sidebar is where we have all that. Where is my sidebar component? Utils. Not sure I like how we have the components like grouped up. I may want to refactor that eventually, but we're not going to do it today. Oh, and no, I was right. It is something we're passing into it. Okay, so what we got to do, right? We got these things in there, but we don't have any good icons for them. We did have Iconify popped open somewhere, right? Yeah. Okay, so here in Phosphor, in the duotone, we do the piggy bank for the balance. So we got to install the updated version of the Phosphor icons, which is fine. Okay, so we do the bank one. We'll allow it to copy stuff. So that's for balances. What about quotas? What would be a good icon for a quota? And yeah, if you want to help look, you can head on over there. Almost want to do like this one, right? The pie slice duotone. That one looks kind of good to me. Yeah, I like it. Pie slice duotone. When I did this wrong. Yep. Okay, so these are going to 404 until we create those pages, which I am fine with. So we have not added those to the router yet. So yeah, hold on. We've got quotas and balances, but we don't have quotas and balance management. Where's that even coming from? Pages slash accounts. Ah, that's what we called it. Okay. All right, so we'll scaffold out that page and scaffold out the quotas page. All right, we get those, and then we start creating those sections here. All right, cool. So we get these pages. Oh, yeah. Accounts fails. But we shouldn't get logged out at least. So yeah, we'll have to look at, yeah, that's where our like more complicated get all endpoints are going to have a flaw. For quotas and balances, that's actually pretty chill. Because we're not going to have enough like quotas or balances as like their top level entities to actually care about sorting and filtering. I doubt anyone will ever have more than like 5 in each of them. Probably the common case is actually just 1 or 2. But accounts do need to be sortable and filterable. Transactions or payments or usage or adjustments for quotas and balances, those will also need to be searchable. But yeah, I don't feel like solving the filtering problem at the moment. We just need to get these pages showing something. Yeah, and our settings page is going to have issues too. Oh, what is up with that? That is a really, really bad icon for the new button. Yeah, this is a good album. I wonder if our songbot is actually running. No, it crashed. Oh, damn. Bunch of people streaming right now, too. Okay, so now that we got these endpoints made, we need to actually put some content on these pages. All right, so then from here, all right, so we query by the business ID. All right, so then from here, wait, does balance not have a value? Like a name? Really? So quota has name. Did I forget that on balance though? I did. All right, so our back end ends up stopping and restarting, but we need to do a scaffold. So wait, did I break the scaffolding? Oh. Yeah, so it's... What did we break about the scaffolding there? All right, let me get more music on. All right, so I broke something in the script that I used to generate these request and response schema files. wonder if it's up in the CLI. No. Well, number one, let's get rid of that. All right, so scaffold here. It is definitely that function there. All right, so what we end up looking for is we've got a script, we're calling it scaffold, and this should be calling the CLI scaffold command with the YAML file we care about. Which then means we go into calatrava.config.json. And that path looks okay to me. We are missing a value from this schema. Okay, so get Zod schemas file is the function that we get from the generate right there. So we see path right here. We end up doing the relative thing. I'm so confused on how this broke. Because, yeah, we basically haven't touched this. I'm wondering if it's like the version of the TS to Zod that's somehow getting like the wrong path now. So, yeah, I think what I want to do then. Sure, we did a little bit of cleanup here, but we need to go fiddle with the script over here now. And I think I just want to start logging out what these values are. But we don't get a log of the value here. Right, like if I just do this, then it's fixed, but it doesn't fix what we're actually trying to do. So something about the relative pathing there is breaking. It's going well. How about you? So TS to Zod core doesn't have until way down here. And we're not seeing the dependency part, right? Like this stuff. So these parts don't matter. Oh, and yeah. So we're never going to see this part because that's what happens before we pass it through to get Zod schemas file. So what we end up needing to do is log. Like, where do we need to do this log, though? All right, we pass in source text. Schema name, keep comments, skip parse JS doc. None of that's actually relevant. And yeah, we just don't get this log at all. A little curious why we're not getting that log. Yeah, and that import should be bringing in what we made as a change there. Oh, it's the bin? No. Oh, I think I see. So this is going to be at the top level. David, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so let me just log that real quick. We should at least, yeah, we see output path now. Okay. So that's it. By making it relative, we're running into an issue there. So that's just plain wrong. Hmm. And shit. Yeah, it's probably a bug with it. Let's go look at their versions. See what they might have changed. Yeah, so I'm going to assume that this might just be a bug. And they probably fixed it. But why did they need a major version bump? So if we look at it, we're on 1.8.0. I'm going to bump it to 1.13.1. Right, so we'll update that dependency and then see if that fixes some things for us. Yeah, let's just see if bumping that fixes it. So we did that package. Then over here in CLI, we're going to bump this one to 59. And its reference to Calatrava will get worked out on its own. Perfect. Okay. And then from here for CLI, all right, so bump version to bring in latest request response changes. in here, pnpm publish. Do that. Make sure they do not question me. For 5 minutes while we publish the other package too. So then this is npm. Gotta wait for the timer to expire. Okay. Swing, swing. So now we go back to API. And we got to bump versions. This becomes 29, and this becomes 59. Yep, that did it. Not sure why, but that did it. It's from the movie Hackers. Gibson refers to a large mainframe. Yeah, in that scene where it has like the blue background and everything, that's actually like from the movie Hackers as well. Okay. So we do that request response. Our types and everything should be up to date now. And if we go back to the endpoint here, this should be balance.name. Interesting. So what's the deal? Oh, wrong button. But yeah, how you doing, Puppy Bear? What you up to? Oh, and I know what we messed up now. We are creating that without actually setting it in our fixture data. So we know that name is on there now, so I'm not sure why this is a flaw. Yeah, this is just a mono repo problem, I think. Um, we'll call it game currency. Sure. And then and that's going to cause our database to do that. And now it's saying, yeah, we don't have that as a type on there, so we'll have to figure that out in a second. But this also ends up needing a name. Well, I know what the issue is already. We didn't build the types out properly. I don't think we even needed to install right here, but couldn't hurt. Scaffolding should work just fine now. Yep. And what's up, Fallen? How you doing? So yeah, now the front end should also be fine with that, and we should be able to call that good. I do have to go relog in again. And this is definitely getting to the point where someone did at one point recommend 1Password. It was not at all relevant to what we were doing at the time, though, so I pushed back. But now might be a good moment. I do like verifying that this all works, but 1Password could do the same. The problem with that is going to be that we don't have like a unique domain. So then as we do other projects, they're going to have this. Like, we got to figure out a better thing. I may just end up creating like a hosts file or something. And there we go. Yeah, we don't want it as a button. This part, you can restart extension host and that'll just get fixed. So then, yeah, here on the balances page, yep, we're logging those and that's fine. And instead of a button, I think number one, probably want to put this in a card. Sure. Right, so we throw all that into a card. This H1 then needs our design system stuff. So this is heading.h1. And this is actually dot. Oh. All right, so that gives us that. Now, do we want to do this on a like balances create page, or do we just do a modal? Okay. We're gonna want to bring in the plus sign icon for that. But let's think about what this table is gonna look like. And maybe it's not a table. I think I do like the idea of a modal for creating a new balance, because then editing a balance would be a modal as well. And you could fire that modal up from this page where there's like maybe a dot, dot, dot or something, as well as maybe on like the details page. Yeah, so each like section here. We'll do justify between. And then, yeah, what all is on a balance? Right, so basically a lot of these values are what we would want to show. Not like the IDs, but the name, the currency label, and whether that label is suffixed. Whether it is overdraftable, what the billing type is, and if it's usage, the precision. Okay. Okay. So what I think I want to do then is formatting. Right, so flex call, formatting here then. So if currency label suffixed is true, otherwise it goes on the front. Right, and then we can just keep going through and giving like these sections. Right, so we got the formatting, we've got, what else did we care about? Billing type, and then overdraftable. What's up, Amuga? How you doing? All right, so then we do that. but I got these in the wrong place. I'm awesome? How so? I mean, I agree, but why? Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see. It's all right. I make mistakes all the time. All right, so instead of justify between, okay, so right, like so far the style of this does not look that pretty. And overdraftable is actually common, so what if we just change the order? Right, that at least fixes the spacing issue. Right, so then we can give it some spacing there. $16 there was too much. Okay, so I'm liking it a little bit so far. Balance name here, H2. Oh. Oh, hold on. I messed that up. So my thought is I want to create like an edit button somewhere on here. Would the edit button just live like next to the name? Because I feel like over here on the right would be a bit much. And here's another option. Instead of making it a full card for this whole balances section, maybe we make it a card per balance. Yeah, because then if each one of these cards is just its own, or each one of these balances is just its own card, it becomes a lot easier, like what the edit button on the edge might do. I don't expect anyone to ever have more than like 5 of these, right? And realistically, I just need to get this stuff out onto the page, and then we can really like fine tune the formatting later. Yeah, we're not using ShadCN directly, but we can go look at what ShadCN looks like for something like this. Right? They end up doing a table for a lot of this stuff. Yeah, and we have cards, right? Like you're seeing cards on the page already. What I guess I'm just wondering is how do we want to do the title and the new? And then do we want to have this be like its own card for that section? Or do we want it to be more just like table-like? The easiest way is we just have the dot 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 right next to the title. But then we're not really like using our space. So like all that empty space seems a little weird. Oh, and yeah, the way this card works is a bit ugly. So we got some stuff we can do to fix that mobile responsiveness. I don't know if that's our concern at the moment yet. Right, like as we go down to here, we're going to have to consider changing that formatting anyway. Which is why I think I kind of like the idea of the dot 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 button being in line with the title, but maybe just at the edge. Yeah, I like that. So then, yeah, with Mantine, how do we do that drop down? Yeah, it's a menu. And it's an action icon. I do. Hmm. Dots 3 outline duotone. Sure. Okay, so we see that button over there. No, I'm not a freelancer. All right, so then the menu stuff with Mantine. Yeah, we do menu and then menu target. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no worries, Tiago. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. All right, so then it's menu.dropdown and menu.item. It is 6 p.m. for me. Yeah, I kind of like it so far. For these, right, we want to throw in some icons in there, right? So icon. All right, and then pencil, we'll just do that one, sure. So pencil, simple, duotone. Those look okay to me. Yep, no worries. Have a good night. Oh, and then this is the width of our menu, huh? No, it is not. Let's see. So, Imran, your friend Javan is trying to get into coding. Any tips? We tend to recommend Free Code Camp, but, it's a pretty vague question. If you don't have any more detail that you're looking for specifically, it's hard to help. This is Dorama Sands there, Thesis. Way better. It sans the drama. You're not allowed to make a big deal out of it. Sorry. That's how it works. This is an artisan farm-to-table version of Comic Sans with artisan ligatures. You're welcome. Yep, forgot a step. There we go. That's why it wouldn't format. Okay, so we do that. We should be able to get rid of that width now. All right, cool. So we get an edit, a delete. All right, so then for details, what icon would make the most sense? Maybe something like this. Chart line duotone? I think so. And I also want to make the title a link. But hold on, this ends up being link. Yeah, and that is not actually going to resolve. And hold on. In our main, we did it details slash account ID, details slash quota ID. I don't think we need that. All right, so that'll navigate us there. Balance details page. Cool. Okay. And let me get more music going. And we can pour another one of these. I do need to do one thing real quick. I need to rotate the pork that is thawing in my fridge so it thaws evenly. Give me just a sec. Okay, I'm back. You like the music? Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. I like the music too. Just in case people don't like the music, though, you can always go watch on YouTube. The music does not get published to there. So if you got your own music you want to listen to, you know, that's a good place to do it. No, I do not use Kali Linux. Okay. So here's something I want to do, right? The icon we're using here for, yeah, like all this menu stuff, right? So this is actually items center justify between, but then at, let's say LG. We'll say justify start. So then it sits there. Make that, what, like a gap 4? And then the action icon variant is ghost. Oh. Oh, do they not call it ghost anymore? Ah, subtle is probably what they call it now. Yeah. Yep. Kind of wish that gave us a little type safety. And yeah, that looks pretty good to me. So then when we go smaller, right, it kicks over to the side. We've got a flaw in our main app wrapper, though. Right, so we do something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure I like the mobile menu. Yeah. I think the big issue is we added the business card, and really, I think I want that to be part of the menu. But yeah, I'm not certain I like the way the menu works right now. Because really, like, menu should just sit as a button, kind of like right where business is sitting right there. And then everything's fine. Like, as an example, here, let me just show you real quick. Right? Then it's easy. Then it's actually working as intended. But we added the business selector, and I'm not sure how I want to handle that for mobile now. We've got like a bit of like a heading issue here too. Like these don't line up. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. There we go. Now they're at least in line. I don't know if we need to do like the reveal footer as well. We can just have the footer just be long and after the content. But that's not a problem for right now, so I think we're good. So yeah, let me think about like where the business selector would go. Yeah, I don't know. We'll think about mobile stuff here in a bit. Yeah, we'll just put the business selector back where it should be. Right. It means that the page doesn't look how it should, but it will eventually. And we can go back just to desktop view. Manor Lords. Yeah, it's really good. It's still in early access, right? I ran into some weird early access bugs with it. Or at least I think I did. I don't know. Oh, that's the wrong place. All right, we do something like that, then it looks okay. I think that's bad. I think I like it so far. So we kind of want to do the same thing for quotas, right? Like a similar page. Yours crashed once. Verifying the files fixed it. Makes sense. No, mine was like later-ish into the game. Some things just like stopped working. I don't know. I'd have to go back and try it again. Okay. Yeah, let's go do something similar for quotas. I'm thinking I'm just gonna copy what we got for now. This song is just pure chaos. We skip it. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay. We do that, and we bring in all missing imports. How'd it do? Pretty good. It's the best kind. Okay, so now the things that we are doing about a quota here. Let me look at my types. Okay, so all right, we get name, we get unit. Overdraftable is there too. And what we end up needing is maybe like a human readable library. This really does seem like the library that I should bring in. So they call it human format, right? Yes. Did we already have it? We may have already had it. So we don't see an exhaustive list. Of what unit could be. Hmm. We may have to crawl some source code to see it. But if we go here and we start doing this part. So it's string or undefined. Okay, so next up. For this data fetching, quota service, get quotas. And I got a bug. So this is over in main here. Quotas management and balances management. Oh, wait. I forgot to actually relaunch this. That would be why that wasn't working. You just see what that ends up doing. Yeah, KS. K time. um, okay, so what we'll end up doing then is over in utils, right? We create this scale. And we even have that format internal currency. We don't end up using business settings though. We'll let that chill for a sec. So we'll call it format.ts, and this will be All right, so hold on. Here, that would be the scale thing. Okay. So we'll call it hours scale. So then this is quota. And we don't need unit. Format hours is what we called it. Let me get more music going. There you go, exactly. That's just science. But yeah, how you doing, Kenny? Yeah, we're getting there. We got a bunch of our refactoring done for the API, so now we can actually start digging into the UI of it. And yeah, trying to think, like, what do we think a good version for billing, like, customers of Waltr would look like? Hold on. There we go. I knew there was a hair in front of my eye. Let me double check the types again. We may want to give quotas some kind of like suffix as well, instead of just unit. Well, actually, no. We could pass unit as just requests. And then, yeah, no, I actually like that. Okay. So yeah, we'll want to actually get into creating new ones, right? Getting to the details page, doing an edit, and possibly even deleting. Yeah, I like it. So as far as creating a new one, that ends up being basically the same thing as updating an existing one, right? It's like the same modal. Yeah, I think I like that. So let me go look at Mantine's modals. Right, modals manager is down here. I don't think we need the modals manager. Let me go look at how we define it elsewhere. And I guess here's the big problem. If we do it as a modal, yeah, if we do it as a modal, then mobile is not ideal. So realistically, we should do it as a page for creating or editing. but we still want to be able to like share the form itself. Yeah. All right, so we're not going to use a modal. We're going to use a form. So we need to just create that form. Yeah, exactly. Oh. All right, so we'll scaffold out some of these things. All right, so balance create, balance edit, balance details. Sure. Well, then it's a good thing I'm not using Comic Sans. And hold on. First time here, used to work in venture capital, funding tech founders, and my stream looks interesting. Or looked interesting, at least. Cool. What firm did you used to work for? If you don't mind saying, if you don't want to dox yourself, that's cool too. Yeah, the way I think about this is if I end up getting accepted to Y Combinator, pretty much every other business in that Y Combinator cohort could end up being a potential customer. And I think that's something that Y Combinator tends to like really prefer. Launch House. I'm not familiar with that one. Is that like an SF based one? Okay. SF, NYC, and LA. Cool. Normally there's like a big list of like other companies they've looked at. Hmm. Uh, what's the name of that site? Crunchbase. Yeah, exactly. Like they really do encourage you guys to like dog food each other at Y Combinator, which is cool. Lots of follow on investing with A16Z. Makes sense. So you guys probably invested in like Clerk or whatever. No, so that doesn't look like it. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. I was just curious. But yeah, cool stuff. Oh, okay. Well, that one said it was Ohio based. Right? Like Highland, Ohio. I wouldn't have expected that if the main stuff they funded was like LA, San Fran, and New York. But okay. Oh, got it. Yeah. No, they're often a bit wrong. That makes sense. And yeah, it makes sense. Like 15 mil is not a huge amount. I mean, it's huge to me. I'm just saying, like, compared to like other VCs. Right? Like, if we look at Y Combinator, how big are they? Oh, it doesn't even say. Real big. Just real big. Maybe it's actually here in the funds. I don't know. 700 for this continuity fund. I'm sure they've got more. Yeah, I'm currently bootstrapping. I do plan on maybe going for some VC funding eventually. I'd rather find product market fit first. Mainly because I'm a solo founder. So I know it'll be like a harder sell. But how's development going? Development's going fine. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I don't have that view showing right now. There we go. I missed some other follows too. So David, I think I shouted out, but David YK, thank you. Jess St. Pierre, Pedro L. Fire, and Sergey, as well as Slain. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, so we got these pages scaffolded. And as long as we have these in the right order, we should be able to do the new, and that would be fine. So yeah, let's double check that. All right. So yeah, that loads up that page just fine. But if we do something like this, yep, that's the details page. Perfect. Alrighty, so creating a new one of these. Yeah, let's go to our form. I guess we're doing quota first. And it's not going to be a card in here. It's going to be data that goes into that card. Earth, welcome. Anyone know what movie I'm referencing there? Give you a hint. It's an Arnold film. Good job, Slain. Did you Google it? Or do you actually like have Eraser memorized that well? Ah, you Googled it? Yeah. You cheater. No, it's fine. It's okay. I had to Google it because I forgot what it was from too. Last time I looked it up, I totally had to Google it too. So no worries. Well, it was one of those things I've had like, I remember the quote, but I didn't remember what film it was from. Okay, so we bring in quota form there. And then quota edit. Going to be a little similar. I know nothing about game design. Uh, yeah, I could see that. I think it, like, no, I agree, like, just build it, right? I'm sure Thor would say the same thing. I don't know about the recommend Unity part, though. It is probably a good idea to learn Unity or Unreal. But as far as, like, your first game, I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say like Godot, Unity, Unreal, those are also awesome, right? Like, but there's also just the case of, one of the most addicting games ever made is just HTML forms, right? Like universal paperclips. So at the end of the day, like, depending on what you're trying to build, you can go way smaller. And you don't need to know Unity to still make a really fun, addicting game. Yeah, Game Maker, like there's all sorts of stuff. And I think Thor even like recommends Game Maker, doesn't he? Yeah, so keep in mind, MRM, this is basically one of those like idle games. Right? Like you get some stuff going, you can raise your prices, you can make paper clips manually. Eventually you'll want to figure out like the automation stuff, right? But it starts out very simple and then gets very complex as the game goes on, which can be really fun. Right? So then you can get auto clippers and buy more wire and all that BS, right? So yeah, it gets kind of fun. You can make all sorts of games like that, and they're still games because all it takes for a game to be a game is to actually be fun to play. I know, tell that to Ubisoft. Boom, roasted. Let me get more music going though. All right, so we bring in a card there. Oh, and I'm messing this up already. Want to do that. That way we're not using the barrel file. I should just delete that barrel file. Let me double check I'm doing this right too. I'm not. So that's a very big thing, right? Like, try and focus on game mechanics because writing lore is actually incredibly hard. Writing characters is incredibly hard. So focus on making a game that's fun to play without even worrying about lore or story or any of that. If you can focus on a good game loop without anyone caring what the lore and story and characters are, you've got yourself something already. And then from there, you can build stuff around it. In many cases, you can make a game with terrible, terrible graphics. As long as you make it fun to play, you're good, right? Like look at Among Us. Among Us, terrible graphics, just awful, but it's good enough, right? There's so many out there like that. Yeah. So I don't know. Focus on making a fun game first. The other stuff you can actually build up later. Right? Like Angry Birds. They didn't even have to be birds and pigs at the beginning, you know? You can make it extremely generic, and then once you've got something that's actually fun, you can add the stuff that makes it special, you know? They don't even need to be angry. They could just be birds. But yeah, real quick, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, does Thor endorse Game Maker? I think he does, right? I could be wrong. I have not built any SaaS that I have monetized in the right way. And wait, hold on. What? Oh. There we go. Anyhow, hold on. No, we're not going to look at anyone's game on some platform there, Goblin Man. Nope. No thanks. Sorry. Not for someone who doesn't follow, who hasn't been here. Like, no. Nah. Regulars, I could look, but you're not a regular. Seems like spam at this point. One thing I have built is Stream Parrot. Problem with Stream Parrot is most of it was done on a hard drive that crashed, and yeah, no, you're just spamming us. Goodbye. Basic idea is it's the chat overlay beneath me, and you know you can go. Hold on, do I have a Twitch account on this? Hold on, let me just go log in elsewhere. So at least if you're like curious and you want to see, right? So we can go sign up for Twitch here or sign up with Twitch. We're logged in, we can dismiss the tour. And the idea is that, yeah, we have all these emotes and we can replace words with GIFs or images just right there, nice and easy. So you don't have to go through Twitch's emote system for just a bunch of just like, you know, fun things that make your stream yours, right? Now, keep in mind, I think I don't want to show the entire admin interface, but last time I looked, we had over like 600 signups of streamers that maybe use it or don't use it. No, I didn't monetize it because I was about to. I was actually building out like a usage-based billing system for it, and then a hard drive crashed and I lost like a year's worth of effort. And, you know, streamers are a terrible thing to monetize anyway. So I don't think I would have made any money, but it would have been good to actually like publish it and have something that I could say like, yeah, I made a SaaS. It's just not a good one, you know? Yeah, I built Stream Parrot. Fun little twist, the Primogen uses Stream Parrot. He just doesn't customize it at all. But yeah, like even this GIF, I made that GIF. I did that. I'd be surprised if he even remembers that, but you know, it's fine. But yeah, the thought behind it was like, you know, you could brand your stream a little bit better. So if you're like a Madden player and you hate the Cowboys, you could replace them with a poop emoji, you know? Nice and easy. There are things I want to monetize. I don't think I will monetize this anytime soon. Again, streamers are a terrible target market. Like a really, really bad target market. You can even, like, I don't know if you know Theo or talk to Theo at all, but basically, I've had this conversation with Theo and his CTO, Mark, a bunch of times, where basically streamers either don't make any money off streaming and they can't afford to pay for a product, or they've already made it and they don't want to change anything because it might mess up that secret sauce that got them famous, right? So, yeah, streamers are actually just a really bad target market. Either they can't afford your service, or they can, but they don't want to change anything for fear of, like, ruining the secret sauce. I actually was building a usage-based billing system for Stream Parrot. So Stream Parrot, basically, I was building out a system where you would drag sliders for the size of emotes that you want to be able to upload. So if you want to upload larger GIFs, you can just drag a slider. And then you could also drag a slider for how many emotes you wanted to be able to have, and that would determine your monthly based billing. That billing system was actually like the initial inspiration for building out the first version of Waltr, which was very limited. I have recently pivoted Waltr into a thing where you can have multiple different types of quotas and balances, whereas previously it was just a single balance. The basic idea behind like Waltr is I wanted to take DigitalOcean's billing system, right? A wallet, basically, and make that into a service. But now I have pivoted to be able to have multiple balances and multiple quotas because I think that's actually table stakes for what I'm trying to do. But yes, we have since broken it, but I already had like a reconciliation script and like a whole bunch of things to monitor like your usage of deducting from your like DigitalOcean style balance. K Martinez, I'm not sure what you mean. Waltr is hosted on AWS specifically, but what you're doing, like how you decide to like monetize your service, those balances and quotas, those are your choice. Like I'm not touching any of that stuff. I'm not middlemaning any of those services. I'm not middlemaning anything. No, that's fine, right? Right, the initial thought is that I would middleman Stripe or something for you, right? But no, the idea is if you wanted to build up your own DigitalOcean, you would either have to build out your own usage-based billing system, or you would theoretically use the older version of Waltr, and it would still, like, you know, with Waltr, it would still be basically like you spend $20, you get $20 worth of balance, and then you, as like the DigitalOcean competitor, would send me the rate change as the user like spins up or spins down services, right? Which would mean your effective rate would be based upon like, well, yeah, you spun up 3 droplets at $5 a month. That's a $15 like monthly effective rate. And I simply look at the intervals in which those things change. So as you spun one up, your interval, like you would send me a rate change event, right? So you would be at 0 at the start of the month. Let's say a week later, you spin up a droplet. For $5 a month, I would then calculate that interval between those like rate change events that you sent me. So then as you like spin up another one, I would calculate the interval between that first rate change from 0 to 5 to then the 5 to 10. I would calculate that interval, reconciled based upon like monthly usage. And I had all that scripting, like nailed it. Like I really liked that scripting. But we have since broken things because we have more than one balance per business now. So I need to like refactor all that. I think the MVP is actually focused more on like quotas and like transactional balances. And then usage-based balances could probably be like a post-MVP problem. I think I'll still probably end up solving that, but whatever. In my opinion, I think quota management for other people's software as a service makes a lot of sense. And I also think like balance management for game makers makes a lot of sense as a business as well. If you consider League of Legends, right? If you wanted to build up your own League of Legends competitor, there are 2 currencies you'd have to deal with: the blue crystals and the red crystals. Red crystals you can buy on the store and you would buy skins with those, whereas blue crystals you would buy champions and things like that. It's on you to simply send me those events, but I can track that. I can maintain the uptime for that database system, etc. Right? Like, you might think, why would I do that when I can just build it myself? Same reason why you would use auth as a service as well. Yeah, thanks, Slane. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not sure what you mean about that, K. Martinez. Like, no, if you're a game maker, you are responsible for the calls to Stripe or the calls to Steam to validate like a purchase, etc. When you have validated that purchase via those webhooks, which I am not middlemaning at all, then you send me the request to increment their balance. Or not increment, but add to their balance. So again, like, I'm not solving your integrations with billing platforms or any of that stuff. I'm not touching that part. I'm simply maintaining the running balance and the system in which you can go log in and credit someone with free credits if you want. I can create the dashboard to visualize all that stuff. So I think when you think about like, well, yeah, I could just build the balance myself, you're also forgetting that you actually need to build out the dashboard for visualizing it. You need to build out the admin APIs and pages for like maybe crediting someone if they do something special or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. Like, they refer 10 other people, you credit them X amount of like red crystals or whatever bullshit. Sure, that's fine. But you just send me that request to credit them. Or you can go into the admin and credit them as well. Same idea, yeah. Like, the big thing is I'm not trying to middleman anything. I'm just trying to handle like the management and the dashboard and the interactivity of it, right? The tracking and a bunch of those things. So I think it is a large TAM. I really do think this is a large TAM. And I mentioned this to Theo when we were hanging out at JS Nation. he was not sold on the idea, but I think I just didn't explain it well enough. Theo, he's a content creator. He's pretty large on YouTube. Like, he is one of, I don't know, he's probably not the largest content creator, but when you think of like tech content creators on YouTube, it's probably like Fireship, The Primogen, and Theo. They're probably like top three. But Theo also created a thing called Ping and Upload Thing, and he's gone through Y Combinator. He invests into startups. And I just know him because he's another content creator. So if I see him at a conference, it's kind of nice just being able to like relate to someone who also is a content creator. I'm nowhere near his level, but yeah. Like, I do know that he just appreciates having those kind of conversations, because at a tech conference, it's actually a little harder to relate. But because he also like invests into other startups and he went through Y Combinator and blah, 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 you know, I value his opinion on whether this is a good business. I just don't think I described it to him enough. And then real quick, so it seems like it would be incredibly useful, if not an obvious sort of product integration, but it makes you wonder why it hasn't already been done. So technically, companies kind of have. If you look at Unkey, they're already going down this route with the ability for you to like monetize your API. Yeah, you've seen Theo, for sure, right? If you're not a fan, that's okay. I'd rather not get this into like a shitfest on anybody, right? He is a polarizing individual. Like him or dislike him, you can't deny his influence, right? I think that's the important part. But yeah, like, so monetizing your API is kind of along the same line of what I'm building myself as well. However, it's not the exact same thing, and I feel like monetizing your API is actually a limited version of what I'm going for. So I think my scope and my TAM is actually larger. But companies that have monetized API integrations or interactions, those companies have existed. So this company does it. There's like 3 or 4 others that someone has mentioned and pointed out here on stream before. But they all seem to be focused purely on the API usage, not just general usage. And I think that's where I can like carve out a segment of the industry, right? The company that funded Unkey is actually one of the first companies I'm considering checking out. What was that? Essence VC? Yeah, this one. Let me double check. Yeah, this guy's company. So basically, they fund infrastructure. I know it's bright, like it's hurting my eyes looking at it. I feel like I'm getting a tan right now, which I'm kind of like stoked on. But yeah, in my opinion, this company is actually like the most aligned with exactly what I'm going for. Yeah, and they fund all sorts of really cool stuff. And I've heard a lot of people speak very highly of Timothy Chen. So yeah, when I feel like I've got a good like product market fit and I've got at least a couple customers, this is probably one of the first companies I would reach out to. I mean, I'll apply to Y Combinator. I'll apply to a bunch of stuff. I love the fact that these guys are based here in Seattle. I'm really into that. If we look at some of the stuff they've funded, it's a bunch of shit. Not everything you've probably heard of, but man, as I look through the list, I definitely recognize quite a few of these. I didn't realize they funded Highlight. Oh, okay. Okay. Into it. Into it. I really like the guys from Highlight. Pretty sure they're a little bummed because I'm slacking on a bit of content that they've been waiting on, but yeah, I think it'll be fine. All right, so back to what we're doing, right? We have started building out these pages, and oh man, did I delete something here that I needed? Nope, we didn't have it to begin with. Highlight does hold on 1 second. So they do like real user metrics is like their main thing. It's highlight.io now. Right, so yeah, session replay. If you want to see like a user's path through your application, they go through and they scrub the data, right? Their focus is on like the front end kind of telemetry kind of stuff, because OpenTelemetry doesn't even try to solve the client-side telemetry problem yet. But what they can do is they can tie the client-side telemetry to server-side telemetry, and they are very OpenTelemetry focused and all that stuff. So yeah, like you can get metrics and traces and logging and error monitoring and session replay. Session replay is their biggest feature. And that's basically just giving you like a video that you can like replay like a user's path through your application to maybe help understand like how they got to a certain bug or something, right? Here's something I want to double check though. $15K, dude. All right, so like, if we look at their videos, we sort by popular. I've got 2 of their top 3. Now, it was paid content, keep in mind, right? I got paid for that shit. But, yeah. Man, $15K compared to their average? I'm proud of that shit. I'm proud of that shit. It's the beanie, obviously. It's also the goofy face, right? Now, for like this one, it's actually just the SEO. It's purely like SEO driven. Right? Like, what is OpenTelemetry? Nailed it. Yeah, I mean, if you ask me over on Gaming Stream, I'll totally tell you. I don't know if I want to, like, say the exact number here. It was a few thousand. Worth it. Like, really worth it to me. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm hoping to make more content like that for other companies. I think that's one way that I can help build my brand as well as like sustain. If I can like build up my ability to make good content for people on a contract basis, then yeah, that gives me a little more confidence that I don't necessarily need a job and I can keep bootstrapping all my businesses and all that stuff. But if we were to think about that, I need to do one of those videos every month to cover my rent and to be able to eat. You know, so like, yeah, nah, that shit's not sustainable either. I'm gonna have to hit like Primogen level numbers for that type of like sponsored content to actually be retirable. But yeah, we are getting towards 8 p.m. Let me just get some more of this boilerplate down real quick. Right? I don't know if we'll like fully tackle the balance form itself. That sounds like a good problem for tomorrow. But I at least want to have the boilerplate for these various pages done and dusted. And I also, this is my favorite song on this album. So we're definitely going to listen to it. You own the @startup username on TikTok and really need to start making content on it. Yeah, you definitely should. Yeah, that sounds really good. Here's the problem. Do we think TikTok is actually going to last? Yeah, I know, right? Because I've actually talked with people that work at TikTok. And basically, the problem is that the company itself could be spun out, but the algorithm could not. Because, you know, in the same way that we have laws against exporting cryptography, in a way, right? Like, that's a thing. China also has laws about exporting algorithms. Even if there's a sale acquisition, the algorithm is going to have to be like completely built up from scratch because that is non-transferable. Oh, I like that. I was wondering what Slane stood for. Oh, cool. Yeah, feel free to connect with me, Sawyer, if you want. No stress. I'll be here. It's what I do. I just stream. How long does it take to be proficient in Python in hours? Tor, nobody can decide that for you. That's a you problem. How long would it take to crochet a beanie? I don't know. That's up to you. It's however long it takes you to crochet a beanie. That's a you problem, though. Let me put it another way. I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it. Right? It's not about, yeah. Like, thank you. Smart, maybe, but I've also gotten these questions a lot, right? And I massively push back anyone tries to use their, like, well, I've been a developer for 20 years. Well, yeah, I know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it too. Boom, roasted, right? Like, never let anyone lord an appeal to authority over you. The moment they're doing an appeal to authority, they're not actually maybe smart enough, or at least like willing enough to present their case in a way that is actually like explainable. The moment someone says, listen to me because I've been doing it for X years, they're probably not even capable of explaining why you should listen to them. They're looking for the easy out. Almost every single time someone does an appeal to authority like that, you should just stop listening to them. The power of your arguments are either powerful or not, regardless of who is saying them, which is why you need diverse input at a company. It's why you need juniors that haven't been there for 20 years. It's why you need to let the designer be in on like dev meetings. All of this stuff hinges on the fact that you get differing viewpoints and possibly stuff that is not tainted by the hubris of I've been doing this shit for 20 years type people. A junior dev who's been there for 3 weeks has the power to ask a question that fundamentally changes the path of a feature or an application. As long as they're allowed to have their voice heard. So yeah, Tor, I don't know, man. If you want to learn, just start learning. That's it. There's no shortcuts because shortcuts just become the way. So whatever it is, if you want to learn, just keep putting one foot in front of the other. Here's the biggest thing, though. You'll never be done. Doesn't happen. You'll never be done learning. Which is why trying to put a number on how long would it take to learn a thing is impossible. Because you're never done learning. That person who is using 20 years as an excuse to not have to explain something, well, yeah, they stopped learning, but it doesn't mean they were done learning. There's a big difference. You can stop learning at any time you want, but you'll never be done learning. So that's the thing there, Tor. If you're in tutorial hell, you need to start building stuff. That's it. That's all there is to it. The only way out of tutorial hell is to stop doing tutorials and to start building stuff. But that feeling of you don't know jack shit never goes away. That's the whole point. You're never done learning. You'll always feel like you don't know enough. Every single dev that's actually worth talking to has the same opinion. They just, I don't know why people keep listening to me. It tends to work out, but I feel like they shouldn't be. You know what? The best devs in the world have that feeling of, I still don't know why people pay me to do this shit. I feel like I don't know anything. The moment you feel like you know something and that you deserve it, that's probably when you're fucking up. Same thing goes with like driving a car. You should actually never lose the fear of driving a car, right? And I'm not saying like terrified fear. I mean just like recognizing how badly it can go wrong at any given moment. The moment you've lost that fear, you're actually a really shitty driver. Right? Most people driving a car, that shit is like a 3,000 pound missile going way too fast down the freeway where one simple mistake can kill people. You know? Like, dude, you should never lose the fear and respect for the vehicle that you're driving. Way to judge that you're actually learning? By building stuff. Just keep building stuff. Did you build something? And does it accomplish the task? Well, then, there you go. You learned something, didn't you? Logistics software. I don't. I'm one of the only people I know of that even like that builds here on stream, and most of the people I talk to and interact with are streamers. So yeah. And when I mean like builds on stream, I mean like is trying to build a business here on stream. All right, so balance create, balance edit, quota create, and quota edit. All right, yeah. I'd say we've got enough to get going again here tomorrow, and we're going to fill out those two forms so that we can edit and create quotas and balances. So that's our plan for tomorrow. Yeah. I got to get some food in my belly. It's about 8 p.m., right? I got to like walk to the grocery store to grab some cayenne pepper. Because I'm out. Who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? All right, we see Snowcone. We see Coding with Strangers. Oh, Dat Nerd. Nick Wan. Bad Cop. Oh, we haven't raided Bad Cop in a bit. Bad Cop has a guest right now, too. Or, no, that's a YouTube video. Never mind, that's a YouTube video. Hold on. All right. Let me mute that real quick. All right, so we're going to go raid Bad Cop. Bad Cop is doing Advent of Bash. So, yeah, you're going to be seeing some Bash coding for sure. Yeah, it was great to meet you. And no worries, Tor. No worries, Slane. Like, yep, enjoy your days. We'll see you again soon, right? I stream 5 days a week. The odds of us seeing each other again are pretty high. All right, so we're going to go say hi to Bad Cop. And Bad Cop is doing Advent of Code, but it is Bash code. And, yeah, we will go see what they're doing. Yeah, we're going to go see. So, people here on the YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for chilling. We had a bunch of views, a bunch of people just lurking. Appreciate that. Just awesome stuff. Thank you. So, I'm going to stop the YouTube stream. I'll see you all tomorrow.